Hello. Hello and welcome to the stream today. How are you? I'm feeling a little bit tired, a little bit out of sorts. I swear every time I go a day without programming, and that day has been Saturday. Every time I go a day without programming, I feel like I don't know what I'm doing when I come back. I'm like, wait a second. Do I even know how to program? Like what even is code? I don't remember how to do any of this. I don't know if this is a universal thing or if it's just like a weird quirk of how my brain works, cuz I think my brain is very good at forgetting things. But it's also very good at having long-term storage for stuff. So like I can remember, well, for certain things. Certain things that I care about. And programming is generally stuff that I care about. Like math formulas and stuff like that. Like I've always been very good at having long-term memory for that kind of stuff and good recall, I suppose, to use a technical term. Well, anyways, I'm here and I will do some coding and maybe even a lot of coding. That would be ideal. Hey, let's see. Let's see what I can do. Last time we made some very good progress on the deep dive, but there is still very much left to do. Hold on a second. Ah, yes, of course. My nose will never let me forget that it exists and it demands constant attention. uh, let's see where we're at. Let's see where we're at so far. Let's boot up the old program. It's not down here. I keep thinking it's down here, and it's not. It's right here. Alrighty. Here we go. Yeah, let's get the console up there. Let's stretch it, which always fricks up the OBS display. Do I go one deeper? I think I do. Oh, my mouse. My mouse is just like slightly too slow. I need to like reacclimate. I think my mouse is actually too slow. Change the DPI on that. So yeah, when you mouse over, this is like an example replay. I could actually get a better example replay. Hold on. I've got right. Okay. I've got this replay, and when you mouse over it, you see a zoomed in version of it. Alright? And the typical use case is, ooh, I missed a note here. Why did I miss a note here? Can I actually go in and look at the file, the step file? And when you click, it does that. It's supposed to do a little bit more than this. Maybe that's obvious. Oh, hold on. I noted this, but never actually fixed it. There we go. So, what we've got working so far. What we've got working so far, which I think is pretty good, is we did that transition, and what's drawing now is actually a whole separate file, a whole separate draw loop only the specific information we want transferred over into this context actually stays. So that's an important thing. And we verified that these dots line up perfectly with this new timeline. Although you may think it's not lining up perfectly because look, this dot is slightly off center, this dot is very off center. No, these dots are meant to represent the key press corresponding to these notes, not the actual positions of the notes. So the next step of the feature is going to be something like, and this is what's intended to, wow, it's intended to be. I want some sort of like horizontal line here, and I want the name of the accuracy event that took place there. I want the name of the accuracy event that took place there. And I gotta put them someplace. Maybe I put them on the right side? I put them on one of the sides, I think. Yeah, I put them on one of the sides. Originally, I was thinking, hey, why don't you just put the name of the accuracy event like right here in the middle, maybe? Like right, yeah, you can see that. Right over here beside it, or over here beside it. But then, you know, a step file can get pretty dense. Step file can be pretty dense, and you can have some accuracy events really close to each other. Well, if they're close to each other vertically, bringing them over here won't necessarily necessarily fix that problem, I suppose. But it just feels a little too cluttered having them all in here, you know? One thing I ought to do is on the left have a time indication, though. Yeah, someone gave me that suggestion, and I tend to agree with it. And it really wouldn't be that hard to do. A time position and a note number. Time position and note number on the left and right there. That'd be kind of neat, right? Oh, and I need to stop drawing these receptors as well. Okay. That's several things I need to take note of. Next to, let's put them on the right side. We want a time scale on the left side. We want a note index scale on the left side. Oh, and we want to stop drawing the receptors. Yeah, this seems about right. Okay. Lot of work. Lot of work to do. Lot of bells and whistles on this thing. It's mostly self-contained, though. I'm a little bit nervous about doing the, like, this is just a lot of animation work, a lot of it is, which is fine. And it doesn't have to look very good, honestly. It just needs to be functional. I kind of don't care how a lot of it looks. Yeah. All right. Let's start with this. Let's start with this. Can we go find what we've been up to? This is the draw function for the results display, which is not where I'm at right now. But wow, this is a lot. Oh, and this is mad at me now. It wants 8 arguments now. Oh boy. Wait. So what this must be is a compiled version of before that change, because there's no error messages. Okay. I was clearly in the middle of something. I remember being in the middle of something before I had to stop. Indices. This dot get index range 4 times. Linear recording, least time, greatest time. So I want the indices in the linear recording. I want the indices in the linear recording. And I give it a least time and a greatest time. And I want to get the notes that correspond to that. What am I currently drawing? Oh, you know what? I bet what I'm drawing is probably drawing this still. Yeah, I'm probably okay. And that's so I'm those dots that I wow, talk. Those dots that I'm drawing are correctly aligned and stuff, but that was done in the previous file's context. And I'm sort of cheating because I've got this I just passed along the function to this guy to call the function and draw the points. So what I'm trying to do now is recreate logic that does the same thing, and that's very important. It's very important to be doing that. Okay. Yeah, so I sort of copied this function. So in theory, I need to figure out what this is and what this is. Right, okay. So I remember the function we're passing along is this, which is a bit awkward because this rotates itself. So first it's drawing the dots. This is designed to draw the dots on a horizontal rectangle, because that's how it starts, and then it rotates to become aligned with the the note tracks. So it's stuck at still stuck at a 90-degree rotation, meaning that the x's and y's are basically switched for this get point position function. Which I will have to address in this new get point position function. But regardless, it will still ask for a rectangle when I'm drawing it. That hasn't changed. The y is going to stay at 0, I believe. I just need to figure out what the x start is. Right? What's width? Ah, okay, I've calculated the width. Now I need to figure this out. So is this not center of canvas minus half the width? I think it is. Nah, that's too fancy. I don't write code like that. What I wrote before was technically correct, but then it's like kind of harder to understand. Okay, and I passed the bounds here. This dot get point position. That's a spelling. Postion. Let's try that again. Oh, no, for real. Try it again. Okay. And now it's asking for min zoom time and max zoom time. That's what it was before, at least. Some kind of min time and max time. Do I not have those in this context? I think I do. Yeah, I do. Okay. That's pretty good. Now the inner logic of this is probably broken. Right? Because the X position of the notes I mean we're gonna try to be drawing the lines over on the right side. But I think that's a different issue. We'll just for starters try to get the X oh boy. Right, at first the X was aligned based off of its accuracy. Okay, I think that's in here. That logic is in here somewhere. Right? Do I literally just reverse the Y and the X? Do I literally just reverse them? I think I may. I think I may do that. And I would always calculate the X position first. If I were writing the function again myself. Okay, and now the bounds that it's referring to shouldn't be top left Y, I don't think. I think it's going to be top left X plus bounds dot width, and then top left X, except, okay, these are reversed, I think. Because least time should correspond to the leftmost X, because the Y is inverted, but X is not. Least time corresponds to top left X. Greatest time is top left X plus bounds dot width. Yes. Map linear Y min time seconds, max time seconds. Yes, and these are not accuracy seconds. These are like what section of the song in seconds are being displayed to us. Yeah, and presumably this is within that range, because that's how we sort of started in this loop. Yeah, we started with getting the least and greatest time. Although I should be getting the least and greatest time based on these accuracy events, but... or maybe even a combination. Well, no, actually least and greatest time is based on the size of the window. It's kind of unrelated. Okay, okay. So the bounds are, so the min time, what's the min time again? I can tell by the times on these notes. Okay. Oh, doesn't this vary based on your scroll direction. Yes. Yes, it does vary based on your scroll direction. So that's, I guess, a new wrinkle to this problem. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Okay, I would bet that over here in results display, when I defined this draw dots function, some part of it was dependent on your scroll direction. Rotate. Oh, this is after the rotation is complete. Well, maybe I didn't test this for the other possible scroll direction. Yeah, maybe I screwed up a little bit. I know some part of this was written based on the scroll direction. Rotation needed. Yeah, look at this. Okay. Hey. Try again. But, yeah, okay. Good, I guess. This is kind of a good thing. This is a start. Yeah. So I did that basically right. And how to interpret it here? It's basically going to be reversed. So let's call this thing min time y. Ooh boy, slow start this morning. Max time y. Okay. These are going to be the things that go here, regardless of the scroll direction. And then I will use the scroll direction to decide the value of these two things. That is what I will do after I get back from the bathroom. Be right back. Hey, I'm back. Alright, so like, where was I? How do I program again? Ah, yes. Min y and max y. Min y and max y based on scroll direction. Do I have access to scroll direction? Not directly, which is fine. Config. Yeah, okay. So we'll do. Actually, we'll do it here. If this.config dot scroll direction, and then we'll do down and up. Now, let's think about this. If the scroll direction is down, the notes later in time are up. So up is a larger time. So the max time y is going to be at the top of the screen. What y position is at the top of the screen? 0. And then what y position is at the bottom of the screen? Wait for it. This guy. Oh man, my motor skills are also seems like so off. I'm just like third person observing how whacked out my brain is right now from being tired, I guess. I stayed up late yesterday. So the reverse is, well, the reverse. Yeah. I played too much Phasmophobia last night. Also, there was a time change. There was the daylight savings time thing. That probably matters a little bit. Okay. Now, question. What do I put there? What do I put there? What if I put bigger points there so that I can obviously notice the transition where we start drawing these big points in addition to the little dots. Let's do that. Let's make them gray as well. Okay, so now everything's good to go except for this init function needing more data. I need more data, and I don't believe I care about these console.logs anymore. Okay, so hold on, I do want that back. Linear record, note manager, linear recording, receptor time, and next is configured for booze. Sure. Accuracy settings. Boo accuracy. Miss accuracy. I've already got all these things, it seems, which is cool. New accuracy. Yeah. And okay, that's literally everything. Great. And I believe these guys are not defined by default. Well, actually, they might get calculated in the constructor. I remember I added a lot of crap to the constructor. New accuracy bounds, miss accuracy, boo accuracy. Yes, I did do that. Okay. Fantastic. Very good. What next? Okay, so now that that error is fixed, I can run the compilation and test it out. Man, I'm feeling weird. Get some water. Get some water in there, that'll help. Got some coffee that I can drink optionally. I have not done that yet, but I do have it. It is a tool at our disposal. Alright, looking good. And let's see what happens when we click this. It seems exactly reversed on the X. Reflected, even. Okay, we can fix that. I think. So the least time should correspond to this, I suppose. The farthest right position. I guess I sort of lost track of that in the rotation. Or just I assumed that it would be exactly like the Y from before, but it's not. Okay. I think that should fix it. Bingo! Right on the money. Yes, yes, yes. Very good. Okay. And what's the most natural next thing that should happen? I want that rotation animation to be a bit faster, for one thing. But I think what I do is I animate all these points drifting to the right. And the label shows up. And we get a line going from it and then extending to the corresponding note. Okay, so that's like, it's a multi-step animation we're trying to do here. Yeah, so it's, we stop drawing the little dots. That's one step. And in fact, we probably never draw the little dots, frankly. Yeah, I don't think we ever actually have to do that little dot drawing function. I think that was just for testing purposes. Yeah, make sure it all lined up exactly. Because now I've got the positions of the little dots. So that doesn't really count. So step 1, drift to the right. Step 2, add the labels and draw a line out from the position to the corresponding to the right X position, and then to the corresponding note, drawing under it to the center of the corresponding note. I think that might work. Will these lines ever overlap with each other? I don't know. I don't actually know. I wonder. So yeah, step 1 to the right. Step 2, draw this line out. Step 3, draw the line up or down to the corresponding note. And at some one of those steps, I will fade in, maybe even on a separate timeline, because all these things are in a singular timeline because they have to happen one after the other. Maybe on a separate animation timeline, we've got these time scale and note index scale showing up as well. Yeah, okay. Curious little system I'm gonna try to create here. Question. Before I do that, I don't actually know if I know how to associate. Yeah, I haven't tested that part of associating an accuracy event with a particular node. I need to figure that out before I start diving into the accuracy. So let me build a minimal example of me doing that. So we delete draw dots. I don't think we need it anymore, and shortly we will eliminate its creation entirely. And then, so this guy, I want to modify him to subsequently draw a line. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure that out. I don't need to log this right now. Gonna take this and put you in notes, because that's really where you belong. Because otherwise I'll forget to address it. If I ultimately do want to address it. And I should go ahead and take you out there. Okay. Note index. Linear recording I. You. Accuracy recording entry. You have a note index and a track number. How do I do stuff with that? If the note index is not global, then this will be pretty easy. We just kind of copy this. Yeah, we kind of copy this, except we're not trying to draw text. We want to draw a line from our accuracy event to our notes. So maybe we might want to change what our iteration is. Right? We actually want to iterate over the linear recording. Yeah, we want to iterate over our linear recording, probably. Okay. What? Huh? This line doesn't do anything. Weird. Weird choice there. Oh, dude. I looked away from the screen while I was typing. So we do something like this. We need to put in track number, node index, assuming node index is not global. We get the X and Y of the note, just like before. Okay, so this is... Yeah, this is note X. This is note Y. This is accuracy event point. Sure. Now we need to draw a line. Do we have draw a line? Of course we do. Let's do accuracy event point dot x and y, note x, note y. And now we need to style it. What changed? Why are you mad at me now? Oh, it needs a context. Okay, that's fair. we don't do fill style, we do stroke style. And we could set line width. In fact, we will. Let's set it to 1. Let's set it to 1. Ooh, I've got a bot. Give me a second. Let me squish this thing. Oh, hey! YouTube fixed the broken, the fact that it was broken on their, the error. So before, you could go digging through my videos for this, I suppose. Before, I would say hide user from channel, and it would just always pop up an error message saying, it was really vague. It was like there was an error. There's been an error. Try again later. But now it just worked. So that made me happy. That's a pleasant surprise. There are people doing work at YouTube, surprisingly. I could criticize them, but whatever, dude. It's advantageous for me as a solo developer that the world assumes software shouldn't work most of the time. Because that means there's lower standards, there's lower expectations for me, and when I knock it out of the park, people will be blown away. Because my shit will actually work. At least I hope so. That's the standard I'd like to hold myself to. Alright, this should be working. I need restore. Save, restore. It would probably throw an error of some kind eventually, right? If I didn't have restore here? I wonder. Let's see how this goes. No line, and instead we get an error. Okay, ignore that. Cannot read properties of undefined. Reading 273 on deep dive line 119. So that's not a track number. Wait, it said cannot read properties of undefined. It's not index out of bounds, actually. Okay, that's what I thought it was at first. It said cannot read properties of undefined. Meaning the track number is wrong? Oh, correct. You're correct. The track number is wrong. Yeah. Cannot read properties of undefined reading time in seconds. Deep dive line 121. Note is undefined. Ah. Methinks this is silently telling me that the node index is wrong. Meaning, at least it implies to me, that the node index is in fact global, which is something I'm not happy to learn. And in fact, I wish there was some note in here that could have told me that. Of replay. Is there a clue? Do I get a clue? Accuracy event dot note index. It's actually passed in here. So somebody calls this accuracy manager. I should have, well, okay, it's up here. Do I get some indication about the note index? Tell me. Oh? No, I don't think it is global. This seems to indicate that it's not global. Okay. Okay, check this out. Check this out. This means, you know, where are my node indices coming from? They're coming from me. I caused this error. It was me. I fooled myself. So I need some more node indices. Alright, this will assign... See, how I was doing it was every new note, I would increment the note index by 1. So I was actually using a global note index. I need a per track note index. So in order to accomplish that, I'm going to separately track the current note index for each track. And when I create a new note, I say, oh, hey, that one's note index is actually the track-specific note index. And I add 1, because the next one that comes along would be 1 more in the index. Alright, let's see if that breaks anything. Now when we come back here, we should be all good to go. Because I verified in Accuracy Manager and other parts of the code, it is definitely not supposed to be a global index. Wow, that's unexpected. How did I manage that one? I guess that's a preview of what it's gonna look like when I have the move over to the side thing done. That's so silly. How is this happening? It seems like the Y position is correct because it seems like this is like slowly going up. It's just the X is way out of bounds. Which is weird because I used the same logic. Or did I? Track number. Ah. I'm passing in I as my track number, and I is a very large number in the hundreds. So we don't do that anymore. I think everything else is okay, though. Very good, very good, very good. Alright, so basically this was a success, and we learned that the linear recording has note index, track number, and that corresponds exactly to the note index and track number you would find if you're iterating over the tracks. So we know how to get the notes and their X and Y positions. Very good. This is so cool how I can just scroll through it like this. I freaking love it. You know what the time manager needs, though? Yeah. The scroll manager probably could do with a an option that you pass in. Scroll bounds. Is there any reason in particular why? No, I think it's fine. Yeah, so check this out. I set an arbitrary constant here of 0.2 of how much it should scroll, based on, you know, the wheel events units, you know. So I'd like to specify that number. What are the default scroll bounds? Oh, this is for... Right, this is like... You could have it set up where you could only scroll if the mouse is over top of the a certain rectangle, basically. Yeah, that's what the purpose of that option is. Is scrolling allowed is if scroll bounds is not undefined, you check to see if the mouse is in the bounds. Otherwise, allow scroll is always true. Return allow scroll. Okay, that makes sense. So I think what I have to do if I want to add that option is go change every use of this, which maybe there's not many. Oh boy. Yeah, no, there's a few. There's a few usages. Okay, I think that's what I have to go do. I make this a required argument. And then I add a scroll speed multiplier. You can just do this. There we go. Yeah. Cool. All right. Let's iterate through each of these. You get an undefined. 1, 2, 3. Fourth argument undefined. Yeah, because this is in the context of debug mode, right? And debug mode has no scroll bounds. That makes perfect sense. In fact, everything except for preview display is going to have the undefined at the end. Have I ever actually enabled debug mode in the training display? That's an interesting thought. Could be a bug hiding in there. Alright, so now we go to our deep dive. And, oh. Weird, we don't want to provide any bounds. No, 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 we don't provide bounds. And let's try doubling the speed factor. Are the bounds actually working currently? I think they are. Okay. So if I scroll over here, right, it doesn't work over here. But here it does. Which is entirely obnoxious. I'm not a fan of that. So yeah, no bounds. Great. Okay. Good refactor. And now it scrolls faster, which I didn't even notice. But I think it's good enough, probably. Cool. Very good. Very good. Alright. I gotta be right back again. Because I gotta go to the bathroom again. we're back. It is time for coffee, I've decided. Yeah, pretty sure it is that time. And if my knowledge of chemistry is any good, I anticipate many future bathroom trips during the course of this stream, so apologies in advance for that. Try to get some coding done in between. So, oh man, I feel better immediately. I must be addicted to coffee at this point. What I need to know is, well, nothing really. Could I refactor? Let me think. These accuracy events. Should these accuracy events determine what notes are on screen? Maybe not. Okay. What if there's a note at the very top of the screen, and you've got an accuracy event that's further up top still? What about that? That's kind of a problem, I think. That could cause some pop-in. I think I'm thinking about that a little bit too early, though. Let's get into the animation stuff first, and then we'll see about the pop-in. We'll see about seeing to that. Okay, so this was just an exercise, though. What we're really doing is something different. So we need something to track the state of, what do we call this? Accuracy label. Accuracy, okay, this is a long one. Accuracy label animation state. Maybe we don't need num. Maybe instead we just number. We need a timestamp for when we first get to this screen. No. We need something to update the state, and then we need something to draw based on the state. Now, typically, in a state machine pattern, you put the state update logic within the sort of simulation of the state. But in game design, you kind of prefer to do simulate. You do update and then simulate, you know, or like simulate and then draw, I guess, is kind of how it actually is. Yeah, I don't want to be one. You could be one frame off if you're not careful. Is what I'm thinking about. So like, why bother being one frame off if you can help it? Let animation elapsed time seconds equal always put the units in the variable name. It saves lives, by which I mean it has saved my life multiple times. And when I say it saved my life, I mean it saved me frustration. That's literally it. I think we start the animation state at 0, which we've already done. And then I only need to think about when it transitions to 1. Maybe not. Maybe I put the whole description here, right? I don't know. Let's do 1 second for each step. Cool, love it. Now here's a tricky problem. How do I tween the various states? How do I tween the various states without hard coding everything in 2 places? That's frustrating. I'm not going to worry about that just yet, but I might need to like make an array and do stuff like that and map linear everything. Yeah, that's a little bit annoying. Alright, let's try drawing one of the states, though. Let's try doing that. Okay, so state 0 is transitioning from the default position to sliding over to the right. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I want to make this rotation faster. Speed it up. Alright, so we wrap all this up in the if statement. And we're going to have some more. And technically, I can wrap this whole if statement in a save restore. And then probably later I put each of these sections into functions, because otherwise the draw function is going to get really large and unwieldy. It's going to get hard to sort of follow what's going on without putting block comments, and I don't really prefer to do that. Okay, so what's happening here? I want to just be drawing a dot moving to the right. Drawing a dot moving to the right. So I believe for this part, I don't actually need to know the note position. Don't need to know the note position. So we'll just copy paste you down there. And actually what I'm doing is the draw logic for I'm basically doing this, I think. Is this it? Or this? Yeah, I think I'll leave this here in case I need it for other logic. Yeah, okay. Oh dear, there's a knock on the door. Alright, be right back. is it a little bit weird that you can so clearly hear when there's a knock on my door? Is that, should I be concerned about that from like a professionalism level, or do I just not care? Do I just not care about that at all? I don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't think I've ever watched a streamer and then like they get a knock on their front door and you can literally hear it. I guess a lot of streamers like live in apartments. Yeah, I guess apartment living is a little bit more common. Either that or they're living in like a streamer mansion, in which case, they're in room 6 of 12 and that, they don't get knocks on the door because they've got like a butler or something. I have no idea. But yeah, that was just like a Jehovah's Witness thing. I could tell you a long story about that. uh, but yeah, I I was actually expecting them to show up because I kind of promised to hear them out, but then that was actually like 3 weeks ago, and we arranged a time, and before that time was reasonable, but now that time is not reasonable at all. At least not today, since I'm starting streaming a bit late. Anyways, that's really not important. That was just a distraction. I'd like to get back to coding now. Yeah, the reason I brought up the like knocking on the door thing, I felt in like an embarrassment emotion, and I was like trying to rationalize, like, wait, should I feel embarrassed? Why? When should I feel that? I probably shouldn't. It's like it's not my freaking problem that people keep trying to talk to me while I'm doing work. Like, but it is Sunday, right? So some people don't work. Freaking, I'm overthinking it. Who cares? Hey, I'm drawing these points. Oh, Jesus. I'm drawing these points. And let destination X equal... The points are moving from their current position to the right. And it'll actually kind of look cool that they're all going to actually be moving at different speeds over to the right. I think that'll kind of look cool. And they're moving to the right in a coordinated way. And gosh, like all these animations, I'm going to have to switch off of using map linear, and I'm going to have to use like map, insert fancy function name someplace to make it quote unquote eased. So what's the right? What position would we define as the right? I think what we do is we get this. We kind of do this. Except instead of getting the leftmost side of the tracks, let's get the rightmost side of the tracks. This is a little bit iffy, because this will vary depending on the user's settings, but let's not worry about that too much. Let's not worry about that too much. So we get the center of the canvas and the width, and then we add width over 2. And then we add some other number, some other little fudge factor. I don't know, like 20 or something. And that's the destination X. And we're going to linearly interpolate between the X and that destination X. From start, from end. So it's like 0 to 1, and this is the time dimension. And I'm mapping to the x dimension, which is this. And our value is animation elapsed time seconds. That should work. Question. How easy is it to change the order of the arguments in a function? Convert named export to no. Convert parameters to destructure, no. Infer function return type, no. Yeah, I don't think it's that easy to change the order of these things. What about if I do this? Does this give me different actions? No. So this should work right now, I claim. You good, bro? You're not good. Something horrible has happened. Oh, okay. I know what happened, I think. Hold on a second. I'm paranoid. Is this being stretched? No, it's not. Okay, I literally was being paranoid. I commented out the part where we switch pages. Yep, I commented out the part where we switch pages. What? What was that? That was weird, right? That was really weird. It, like, didn't animate at all. Huh? From start, from end. To start, to end. From value. So this... Oh. Huh. Curious. I guess an equal sign kind of looks like a minus sign. They do very different things, but they do kind of look alike. Bro. This is really weird. What? That's... Okay. My map linear is not working, I suppose. Alright, can we do one thing? Okay, I've got a band-aid solution to my annoyance with the map linear function right now. We're gonna... We've got map linear 2, the sequel. And gosh dang it, I just really need the from value to be in between the from start and from end. I really, really, really prefer that order of arguments. And I didn't even think of arranging them that way. I saw somebody else do it that way, and I was like, wow, that's the best thing I've ever seen. It's like the best thing I've ever seen. I love that. Alright, so now we're doing map linear 2 electric boogaloo. And we're sticking you in here. This does not fix our bug, to be clear. This 100% does not fix our bug. It doesn't fix freaking anything. I was just starting to obsess over the fact that every single call to map linear I make, I'm making backwards progress. I'm making more work for myself. Because I'm going to have to go and rearrange the order of the arguments later. Okay, so what is the deal right now, right? This dot animation start time seconds is defined right here, right? What? What did I do? Bro. Alright. You're not you when you're tired. Wow. I'm struggling here, clearly. Holy crap. And the fact that that wasn't an error? Seriously. How is this? I guess I can see how it's syntactically correct in a way. Alright, man. We're making slower progress today. It's fine. It's at least some progress. We gotta put in the time. That again, that didn't work though. It's the same destination X for each point. It's gotta be that the seconds is off, right? Okay. Let me get out the log counter. That's not what I want. There. Let's make sure that this is working properly. Zero. Zero. 0, 0, 0. 0? If animation start time in seconds is equal to undefined, it should be reassigning this. So, oh. Now I understand. Yep. 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 Okay. So I need 2 current times, actually. Speaking of making backward progress, honestly, every draw function needs this, if I can help it. And I'm just going to sprinkle this all throughout everything, basically. Yep. And in theory, this won't break everything. In theory, this won't break everything. Okay, and now that I've done that, in theory, I can get the current time in my draw. And I feel relieved somehow for that, for having done that. Let's do Nillies now. This is now renamed to Nillies because that's the state of the timestamp given to us. It is the path of least resistance to rename this function. And when we're calculating the elapsed time, we will subtract, we will do this, and we will now rename this to be millis. Okay, and now all of these need multiples of 1,000, which is fine because when you're timing an animation, kind of makes sense to use milliseconds. And all of this is state based, so there's no need. Actually, there is a need right here. Okay, in theory now it will animate. Is it just me, or was there a noticeable freeze? Like it was loading. And it drew some lines as well, which is odd. A lot of stuff is working now, though, which is kind of good. So maybe we comment this out. By comment out, I mean delete entirely. Okay, so this... Right. So right now I'm testing. So I don't want to switch to the line drawing state, actually. I guess this just takes a while to run somehow. Cause it freezes up, man. It really looks like it freezes up. And I'm just assigning stuff, right? It doesn't really make sense that just assigning this stuff would... would take a long time, right? What? Why was there a noticeable freeze? Maybe it'll go away now, right? Maybe it'll go away. What was the deal with that? Oh, now I understand. Actually, I know what happened. It's not a performance issue. I was so afraid because I thought it was a performance issue. This is hard-coded when actually it should be based on some variable that we have set, which I've lost track of. This guy. It was literally stopping and doing nothing for a whole second. Okay, thank you. Fantastic. Okay. There might need to be some lag time, like a brief pause, but that's fine. And we fade in the notes too, probably. But that's no big deal. Okay. So we don't need to draw the text anymore. I'm on the wrong file. We'll leave it there. I don't care. Alright, so that part is working well enough. So now I guess we... I want to make this go forever. There we go. So it'll do the first part of the animation, but it'll stop at the second part. Excuse me. So now, here, we draw the line. So it's going to be some combination of these two things. So maybe what I do is well, no, I've already got, okay, yeah, I've already got all the information in here that I need, I think. I don't need the note Y yet. So I'm just going to copy paste this real quick because I think I'm going to use this a lot. This same logic is really good. Don't need the note Y at all currently. In which case, I suppose we don't need the note. We don't need the note index. We do need the track number to get the note X. And we're going to draw a line from... we're going to reuse this Y. And instead of drawing it to note X, we're going to interpolate. Okay. We're going to interpolate between the accuracy events X, which is no longer actually where you'd think it was. Haha. It's no longer where you'd think it was. It's actually over here. It's actually over here. Let's rename this, because I have a feeling I'm going to use a global for this. Okay, very good. So now we're interpolating between right side X and note X, note center X. Let's put the letter C, the word center in there just for the heck of it, right? Okay. And this time, however, we're not interpolating between 0 and 1,000. We're interpolating between 1,000 and 2,000. Right side X, note center X. To the note center X, which is actually going back. I think this is going to work. I think this is right. No. Good try. It's cute, but completely wrong. Ah, crap. Okay. I'm doing this, which is not right. I need to draw a line from right side X to X. Same Y though. Same Y for sure. Okay, that was it. That was it. That's fine. Ooh, drawing the line looks very cool. Yes, drawing the line looks very cool. Ooh, yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Because even if the line to the center of it is hidden under the note, you still get the same effect because you've got the line here. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, that makes me happy. Oh, by the way, it's there even when you scroll. How perfect is that? Doesn't that just delight? Doesn't that just delight? Ooh, it's drawing over the notes. We can't have that. I'll fix that in a second. While I'm at this, while I'm at this, I desperately need to refactor this animation logic a little bit to use an array. Because I want to be able to sequence this in one place and not have to jump back and forth. Yeah. Okay, so I think the way to do that, and we've got the state, the animation state to use as our index into the timing array. And this could go into global. Animation, specifically accuracy label animation timings we could put 0 at the start. We could also delay it. Let's have it be 0 at the start, just for the sake of simplicity. 0, 1,000, infinity currently, and then 2,000, and then 3,000, I guess. What? That doesn't. Here's a question. Do I assume for the end of the accuracy timings array that it goes on forever after you reach the end? Or yeah, probably I just assume that. This doesn't have to be super abstract. This is not like the whole game's animation system or anything weird like that. This is literally just for this page. Let's not overthink it, as I have a tendency of doing. Okay, and now all of this logic is dependent on the animation state. And I'm not going to use a for loop for it. Is that true that I'm not going to use a for loop for it? I don't think it is true. I think I actually am going to use a for loop for it, even though it's going to be harder to keep track of. What if... Curious. I'll say if 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 I is if I is greater than or equal to accuracy label animation timings dot length, that's one of the possible break conditions. In which case I will say this accuracy label animation state is equal to length minus 1. 0, 1, 2, 3, yeah, length minus 1. That's like the final condition, but there's another possibility, which is it's like this bracket I. Oh, I need to compare it somehow to elapsed time. Right. If the elapsed time is less than I, than the time at I. We're starting at 0, right? So this shouldn't happen. Right. Then what we do is we return, oops, I minus 1, right? So that should work for all the cases, I think. Oh, and break. And break. Yeah, I go look at oh gosh. Yeah, what if this actually started at a number greater than 0 though? Oh gosh dang it. I'll come back and worry about that later, I guess. But that is an interesting, that would be a different for loop, I'm pretty sure. No, maybe not necessarily. I would just have to handle the case for for this state is equal to minus 1, I think. Yeah, I just have to be able to handle the state where it's minus 1. Or, yeah, if the state is minus 1, then none of these conditions will be true, in which case it won't draw anything, which would be quite alright. Okay, it's not so bad. It's not so bad. That's pretty good, actually. Okay. So we can hide this. And we're kind of going to move our whole deal up, probably to the top of the draw loop, because this needs to be drawn underneath stuff. So let's do that. Let's move the whole shindig. Move even more of the shindig, because we need all these extra helper variables. Black background, get current time seconds, animation start time, display manager dot draw. Right, we draw this before display manager dot draw. Problem, I think. What is CTX? Weird that I didn't do this at the top, but okay. It's usually one of the first things you want to do. Fantastic. Okay, another problem. Least time and greatest time. Maybe not surprising, though, that those are so central. Okay. I think this is a successful refactor. We didn't totally break stuff too much. Yeah, and this updates the state of the accuracy label animation state. And we're good to go. Okay, so now nothing should have changed in the animation. Literally nothing changed. Something changed. That was weird. Yeah, something did change, but how and why, we must now figure out. Did the dots... Okay, let me look at that again real quick. Did the dots totally disappear? If so, then we might have a problem with greatest and least time. The dot... Okay. Yeah, the dots did totally disappear, which makes me think they're like off screen somehow for most of the animation, and then finally they show back up here for just a split second. But then you'd think the lining up with the note times even so would still work. But it's not. They're all the same. They're all the same size. Okay. Yeah, we've got a bit of a problem. It's still drawing the text on the notes properly. So it can't be like that broken, I suppose. Right? Like it's gotta be like somewhat right. Oh, wait a second. The display manager. Ah. We've got a black box. Okay. Yeah, I think I know what's going on. I think that we've got a black rectangle underneath everything, and we're trying to draw under the notes, but we're actually drawing underneath the black rectangle. That would explain everything we're seeing. Okay, question. Is this black background over everything? Yes. So that's the wrong black background. Is it display manager's doing? Yeah, yep. Yep, it sure is. Yeah, this is a bit of a problem, isn't it? Okay. Now I got to figure out what is architecturally the best way to resolve this problem I'm experiencing right now. I know that, at least I'm pretty sure, that the preview display is kind of the only one who really benefits from this black rectangle. I don't think the playing display needs the black rectangle. And the playing display doesn't need the black rectangle because there's a call to clear rect here in the game code, right here at the start of every frame. So preview display is really the only guy who needs the black rectangle, I think. I think that's the case. I'm thinking about when you play a song, there's a little bar on the bottom that like graphs your accuracy with little vertical lines. Your accuracy over the last like 20 hits or so. That must be drawing over top of everything. That must be drawing over top of everything. Yeah. So this, I hate this. This fill rect. We don't like it. We get rid of that. Yeah. We get rid of this. But we need to put it back in preview display. Because honestly, it never should have been there in the first place. It doesn't need to be there. If I'm correct. I've passed over it. Where is it? Options? Hold on a second. Oh, dude, my mouse. Okay. Preview display. Where's the draw loop? Display manager dot draw that. Let's do this. Move this on up. That seems correct. Yep. Yep. Very good. So now I should have solved the problem we were seeing. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. That makes me happy. Hopefully this doesn't get too cluttered. I wonder how things like misses and stuff will show up. Alright, let's go back to where we were before, though. Close. Close. Deep dive. Oh, let me real quick look at the options menu, make sure it looks the same. Yep, still got the rectangular background. And even then it kind of doesn't work perfectly. But that's something I haven't bothered fixing. Okay. What's next? Wow, it's windy outside. A tree just threw a leaf at my window. Kind of freaked me out. We're doing some state stuff. States. Right, next we're going to draw the vertical lines. That's right. That's right. I guess it's weird because this state includes the previous state, so that seems a bit wild, but I'm sure it's fine. We probably need this again, right? We want that again. In fact, let's just copy this whole ding dang thing. We never used this. Okay. And we never used that. And this should be outside the draw loop. Again, this should be outside the draw loop. Well, okay, we might want some text now. Actually, we might have wanted some text previously. I'll get around to it later. Screw it, right? I'm trying to draw a vertical line, gosh dang it, and I want to draw a vertical line. Alright. So we're not map linearing this anymore. X is equal to note center x. Get that straight right now. Next, we want to know the note center y. We really, really do. How are we going to figure that out, though? Who has that information? Oh, it's probably something down here we have an example of. Yeah. Right. How do can I get some help here? I had this working before. What do I need again? We have a track number and note index. Yeah. Yeah? Okay, that's correct. That's 100% good. So now, that line's always there. Now, we not only draw this line, but we've got this to worry about. And what are we map linearing? We're linearing from... This is a time dimension thing. Okay. And, crap, I did not complete my refactor. Ooh, this is really big now. Good. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna finish the refactor and replace these hard-coded numbers with references. No, I definitely double-clicked. That's correct. And now we're ready to write MapLinear 2. Now we're ready to write MapLinear 2. Okay. MapLinear 2 will start with something very similar to what we've written before. We set the bounds on the time dimension. We set the bounds on the time dimension. One concern, though. Is index 3 defined? Did I define that? 0, 1, 2, 3. I did. So this will work. This will work. Wait, so if I want to make sure it's assigning the right accuracy state or animation state. If I is greater than or equal to the timing set length, set it equal to length minus 1. Meaning, okay. Meaning I actually will need a next state. Yeah, I will need a next state, and the next state is like is a version of the code without map linears in there. What have I just done? I guess I tried to close the window when I fat fingered the W key. Okay. So this is the final state. Good to know. Good to know. I was sort of leaving that out of my thinking. But this is still correct. And the y, what are the y values that we want to interpolate between? Well, we know the final y value is going to be node center y. What about the current y value? What is the current y value? Is that not accuracy event point dot y? I believe it is. Okay, perfect. So then we have another draw line here, which will start at accuracy event point x, or will it? No, it won't. No, it won't actually. What's the x position? No, it will. Wait. Oh, I'm a little bit confused. It'll have the accuracy event position y. Its x is the note center x. Okay, that much is certain. Right? Oh, it's this. Yeah. It's like this to this, now this to this. Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good. And now the final point is note center x and note center y. Yes. Could probably refactor this to well, if I'm trying to like over optimize this a little bit. Give me a second. Using draw line like this twice, if we want both lines to be of the same style, is slightly suboptimal, because each time we call draw line, we do move to line to stroke and begin path close path. Instead, what we could do if they were both of the same style is move to line to stroke close path. So This is slightly suboptimal. However, I have the flexibility to change the style of the 2 points separately if I really wanted to. Oh, except one small thing I just noticed. I was thinking of the final state. We actually need to like do like a little interpolation here to have it be fully correct. Very good. I'm happy. I put the commas at the end of this last argument so that I could swap it around and have it still be syntactically correct if I so choose at some point in time. By the way. Okay. Now that should basically be working. Let's see if we can see it in action. Okay, and then it switches to like a null or a nothing state. That looked pretty good, except I think it needs to be faster significantly. And maybe the whole thing speeds up a little bit. Oh, I pressed F12. I don't, or was it F11? Okay. Accidentally full screened. Can't have that. Don't want that. Yeah, let's speed up the animation just a little bit. It's a bit premature to start fine-tuning stuff, but yeah, I want to feel better about it a little bit. Yeah, okay, that's pretty good. And now I am prepared to write the final state of this, I think. Still need labels on the right side. Still need textual labels. But we're really close to having it be presentable. Okay. I think that's the only real change, right? Oh, that was weird. There we go. How cool is that, dude? How cool is that? I think it's pretty cool. Now, do I feel bad about it being a solid line? Would I prefer a dotted line? Or is the line thin enough that it's not actually a problem? Is there pop-in? That's something I should definitely be looking out for, right? Aha, yes, there is pop. Well, pop out, I guess. Okay. That should probably be the next thing I try to fix. How to fix that? How do I fix that? I guess what I need to do there's some it's the culling part of it's indices, right? It's indices. Okay. Yeah, it's the culling that affects the linear recording specifically. And what I need to do for that get index range 4 times. Okay, first I need to get times then. Okay. Least time, greatest time. Least time, greatest time. These are used for the displaying the notes as well, right? Yeah, okay. So these are not a true least and greatest time for the linear recording. I think it is a true least and greatest time for the notes, though. So what I think I need to do I gotta get the on-screen notes using least time and greatest time first. Get the on-screen notes. Check the can I just check the first and last note? Probably not. No, probably not. I'll check all the notes. I'll check all the notes. Map the notes to the associated linear recording. Ah, God, what a pain. Ooh, what a pain in the butt that is. Maybe we can do it smarter than that. Maybe we can do it smarter than that. Maybe we start the search in the linear recording. Right? Maybe we're like here. What is width for? Width is for the bounds. I start here. And I iterate over the I was gonna say I start iterating at the top and bottom and like trying to expand the indices, but I'm pretty sure it's dependent on your scroll direction. Let's try solving it right now for this scroll direction, and then we'll think about the reverse. We can literally test it. Wait, but can't pop in happen both at the top and bottom as it is currently? Yeah, I think it can. Yeah, it totally can. Okay. So we check both directions regardless. Okay. Good. So this means if I'm just changing the indices, then that's fine. I was worried a little bit because greatest and least time are used to determine like drawing bounds. And if we start messing with those, we might be in trouble. But no, this might be okay. So... Okay, so what's the logic here? I need to check index I. Let's imagine it's 0. I need to check index, or let's say I is equal to indices dot and index. I need to check I plus 1 I need to check the note related to I plus 1. Okay. I need to check the note related to that. So what I do is I do this dot note manager dot dot tracks bracket track number note index. Okay. Here's the note related to I plus 1. And I'm guaranteed that this is a linear recording. So that's important. That's so I check if this note is on screen. That's basically what I want to do next. If this note is on screen, then I expand the indices. Wait, Wait, can't I do this much simpler? Hold on. Don't I just change the least time and greatest time that I'm passing in here? Because the furthest away for an on-screen note that an associated accuracy event could be is known in the time dimension based on the user's accuracy settings. Okay. So we actually don't have to do some weird iteration thing, I don't think. We have accuracy util. Earliest, latest. Earliest, latest. Now this may vary depending on scroll direction. Let me think. So for the down scroll direction, the up off screen would correlate to the up off screen is greatest time. This is like minus or plus or something. Okay, greatest time is up off screen, and going more up would correspond to hitting the note late. So we would want latest millis. And this would be earliest. Now, how about if it were reverse? What if this is minus earliest, this is plus latest? Yeah, okay. This is scroll direction down. If it what if it was scroll direction up? Okay, can I visualize that? If it was scroll direction up, then greatest time would correspond to down, the bottom of the screen, and the more down would correspond to hitting the note late, which means we add to greatest time latest millis. Okay, same for both. Same for both from what I can tell. Accuracy settings. These are in seconds, I assume. Did not annotate it with the units when I should have. Click, click, hello? Jeez. That was weird. I gotta do divide by 1,000 here. Great. Okay. Now we've fixed the pop-in. Now we've fixed the pop-in and any possible pop-out that could be happening. The pops, both in and out. See? Look at that. Uh-oh. How is that happening, though? That's a weird bug. And this is popping out. Okay. So my guess is by messing with these, I've done something wrong. Oh, wait a second. These are signed. These are going to be signed numbers. I think I reversed this. Yeah, it's not like it's absolute value that we're dealing with there. I think the latest is already minus and I want to be plussing. Okay. I think that was the whole source of the problem. Kind of weird still. That's not right. And then if you look at the top of the screen, it's so screwed up. Now I'm thinking... What? Okay. Oh. Double minus? It could actually be double minus. I might be dumb. Late is... Okay. How is late expressed, usually? Late is negative. Early is positive. Late is negative. I want to add... I want to increase the greatest time. Early is positive. I want to decrease. Okay. That's definitely... That's the right version. That's the right version. Alright, I think this is to be expected, actually. We've now got a different problem. It's related to what we've been doing, but it is different. Now we've no longer got pop-in, pop-out issues. Instead, this is a mapping issue. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's this rectangle right here that is the source of the issue, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Let me take another break real quick. I want to go to the bathroom and make it warmer in here. And then I will be right back and we will fix this rectangular bounds issue so that we're not drawing lines in random ways. Hello, I have returned. I've returned slightly warmer now. Slightly, ever so slightly warmer. And hopefully that will be the secret ingredient I need to solve this problem. Okay. So my problem right now seems to be that I'm using bounds to get the point position, and more than just the point position, but just the general location on screen of the accuracy events. I'm using these bounds. And okay. You know, that's the only place I'm using those bounds. And so I think I'm free to sort of mess with least and greatest time. Well, okay. I mean, I could bring this up here without an issue, but that wouldn't solve my problem. No, that wouldn't solve my problem. I actually... Maybe I can use get note y. Yeah, maybe I use this. I could use this, yeah. Okay, let's try that. Let's try that maneuver. Let's try that maneuver. Okay, so what I would do is height. These are bounds. Top left X, top left Y, that's height. Okay. Yeah, what I would do instead is do this on... it would vary. It would vary as to whether I'm doing it on the least time or the greatest time. So we'll instead make a couple intermediate variables. Let bounds top left y number. Let bounds height number. And then we do a conditional if the scroll direction. This dot config dot scroll direction. If it's scrolling down, then the top left Y, scrolling down, is determined by the greatest time. This dot note manager dot get. No? Display manager, not note manager. Can't note center Y. Note time, current time. Game time, seconds, yeah. Note time is least, no, top left Y. Greatest time, just greatest time, because I'm going to redefine least and greatest time. How is this a valid statement? I've got the semicolon here, you see. How is minus this over, oh, because it's like negative, can be interpreted as negative instead of minus? Okay, I could see that. Yeah, semicolons are scary. Okay, now I don't need this. And I do... Yeah, that's fine. And we're using it here. Very good. Bounds bottom y, and I need to subtract to get the height. Maybe I write this slightly differently. Just save 1 or 2 lines of code. Really will not make a big difference. Okay, now if the scroll direction was up, then that means that the top time is actually based on the least time. Just reverse them. And in both cases, we've assigned top and bottom y, so we know the rectangle, we know the height, we know the top y. Now the bounds should be correct all the time. And hopefully this is really only used here, and we haven't screwed up anything. Right? Surely that is the case. Okay. Let's give it a try. Let's see where we're at. Let's check out this cute little cluster of nodes here. Okay, looking good so far. All right. Oh? Ooh, this looks weird. Yeah, I'm not imagining it. It's these are moving around. That's wacky. That's wacky. Yeah, we can't have that. They're not doing any weird pop-in stuff, I suppose, but we still cannot have that. Okay, so what's the deal? What's the deal here? Is it that I'm using game time? No, I don't think that's right. Because I subtract the top and bottom. But maybe it's because the top Y is... no, I think it's still correct. Yeah, this is a hard one. Okay, let me think about the point position function. Right? Because at this point, point position is serving a similar function to the get note center Y function. And that's kind of a problem. What's this deal? What's... That could be related. So what do I use this dot bounds for? Display manager, which determines the on-screen notes. So I've got two sets of boundaries I'm working with, actually. Current time minus receptor Y percent over 100 times display total seconds. Total display seconds. Total display seconds. Hmm. I think this is basically how it's done in the display manager, right? I'm pretty sure I just copied and pasted this function. Hmm. No, it's okay, I guess. How about the Y? Min time seconds, max time seconds. Oh, okay. That plays a factor. Yeah, min and max time seconds are totally wrong. Yeah, min time, max time. Okay. Let me change min and max time. Where do they come from? Oh, wait, what? No, that seems right. Ah, shit. Then maybe this is wrong. This must be wrong because the display manager has embedded in it the display manager's bounds. Right? That must be it. So because of that, I can't use the display manager get note center Y because it's dependent on the display center bounds. This has larger bounds, so I need to use some other function that does almost the same thing. Yep, right there, it depends on the bounds. But I only need it for top and bottom. So can I do... Yeah, my use case is actually a little bit... I don't need to be using a function this complicated. I can simplify this. So let me make use of this. Yeah. Let me make use of that. Yeah, I think this is going to be vastly simplified. Okay. We'll do this.config dot pixels per second. And we're gonna do zero plus this extra little bit. This will vary based on scroll direction, I think. top, it should be 0 plus this dot config dot pixels per second times let's see. The top, so it's down scroll, and the extra bit, the possible bit at the top is based on hitting the note late. So we get latest millis. We do this. We do this. And now it's going to be the same concept, except it's well, it's height. How do we get the height? Yeah, it's like it's dependent on this dot bounds, right? That's sort of what all we're working with here. Is it correct to use pixels per second? Yes, because we're adding in this many seconds. Right. So it's this dot bounds dot top left y minus this. I believe that's correct. Latest is a negative, so we have to minus. Yes, that's right. Okay. And now this is going to be this dot bounds dot height plus, or in fact minus, we'll see. Get earliest millis. And it's actually where now we can do height. Okay, let's think about how it's different for up scroll. We've done this before. So when you're talking about up scroll, I gotta make sure this is the height, right? Gotta make sure this is the height. The top Y oh, interesting. This is wrong. Right. This is... Okay, I'll get to that in a second. The top Y is... up scroll, it is the... let's see. Up is the least time already. Further up, you'd be hitting it early. You'd be hitting it early. So this is earliest. This is minus. Once again, still minus. Okay. However, okay, can we make this look a little bit nicer? that really barely does anything, but at least it fits on screen now. And now the height is actually, you got to add both sides is the thing. So the height is going to be the same for both cases. Okay. Yeah, we want earliest and latest. Yeah, so I'm going to make a variable for this. Ooh, we could call it seconds. Yay, okay. That'll simplify things. Now let's slot this in where it belongs. Earliest. Latest. This is another earliest. Okay. Very good. Alrighty then. Height is going to be the same for both cases. Now we're going to have this dot bounds dot height plus this dot config dot pixels per second times parentheses earliest accuracy seconds, which is a positive number, minus the negative latest accuracy seconds. This deserves a multi-line. Semicolon, semicolon. Bounds top wise, dependent on scroll direction. Very good. Okay. I think I've got it right this time. Yeah. And maybe we can rename this to be slightly less confusing. We call this like linear recording bounds. Because the other one is the display config bounds. Let's see what it looks like. Alright, looks good. Now, does it mess up when you scroll? Yes. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it messes up a lot when you scroll. Hmm. Okay, can I get some insight into what I'm working with here? This should tell me something. This should be negative. That should be negative. This is 0, right? Yep. Okay. So down scroll latest, we actually plus it. Up scroll earliest. Do we? No, we minus it here too. We minus it here. Yeah, not 2, but we do minus it there. Okay, that might be the whole problem. That I clicked the wrong button. Okay. Yeah, we wanted a -1 there. Ah, frick, it's still happening, dude. It's still happening. They're drifting around. Quit it. Quit drifting around, you weirdos. So I think, to sort of recontextualize the problem, I think my problem is that the ratio between this distance in seconds and the pixels in this bounds is different from this bounds and this ratio. How do I check and verify that? Well, we've got note Y. We can use that. We've got greatest time and least time. Okay, let me try that. This dot bounds dot height. We're talking about pixels per second, basically. And I make the fundamental assumption here that we're gonna have the same pixels per second in this new universe. It has to be that way. It must be. Greatest time, current time, game time? Yeah. Well, try again. Okay. Hold on a second, my nose. All right. We've got greatest and least time. Least time, we want to be reducing it. Earliest is positive. Greatest time, we want to be increasing it. Latest is negative. That's fine. That seems correct still. And this isn't going to be a rounding error thing. I don't think. Okay. That has to be like the summary of the error, right? Like I'm testing to see if I can actually detect that I have a problem. Shit. Oh my goodness. The pixels per second are the same. That's weird. Okay, so that should tell me something about where the error must be hiding. I could just figure out this one bug, I'd be so happy. I'd be so relieved. It must be in get point position, right? But what's so strange to me is that I'm passing in least and greatest time seconds and linear recording bounds. Here's basically linear recording bounds. It's the Y position that I have a problem with right now. Okay. Wait a second. What's this? What's this? What? Hold on. Min time Y, max time Y. Oh. This must be it. Well, why wouldn't I look at the bounds to decide this? This is silly. Yeah, I wrote this kind of silly. Okay, wait a second. Well, yeah, here's for sure the error, the issue, I think. Let's use map linear 2. Okay. This is fine. Yeah, why am I not mapping to the bounds? Okay, I guess I'll trust my instinct here that it's different for each scroll direction. So that means I just gotta do this, no. Bounds dot top left Y here. And here's got to be bounds dot height. Okay. I wrote a bug, 2-3 days ago, is what must have happened. Okay. Now does the scrolling not do the weird shit? Wait. Is it still doing the weird shit? What the fuck? It's still doing the weird shit. Oh, come on, man. How and or why is that the case? What's disturbing is that I didn't notice any change at all. I compiled, right? Surely it changed. What? still got a weird distortion going on. Hmm. Yeah, there's no way these are reversed, right? That can't be it. No, that can't be it. There's like some little offset that's wrong still. It's in this final state, right? Where's the final state? It's here. Here's the final state. Okay. The bug exists in the final state and probably the other states too. Note center X to note center X accuracy point Y. Yeah. It's this, right? Wait, what? Oh, I'm a little bit confused. Note center X. Note center X. Not note center Y. Note center X. Okay. It's aligned vertically. Yeah. And accuracy event point Y. So this is simply wrong. This is wrong somehow, but I just, based on what I'm putting into it, I don't see how that's the case. Least time and greatest time seconds. I don't make any alterations to those variables elsewhere, right? Question. Are these the source of the problem? Hmm. I kind of wouldn't think so. Huh. I don't know. I think I've been at this for 4 hours. I think at this point I can do no more constructive things for this code. I just want to call it quits. And we'll come back and worry about this some more tomorrow. We'll get this bug fixed tomorrow, but I'm just not I'm not really getting it. I'm not really following yet. So let's look at it tomorrow and hope that it's actually really simple to solve at that point, right? That seems probable. Alright. Thank you so much for watching. If you did, it's really encouraging to see view numbers go up, so always love it when people are watching my stuff. I will be streaming tomorrow, if all goes well. Until then, farewell.